and I love kids. Most of our kids are coming from places that have been neglectful or things like that, and so we're just loving on them and taking care of them throughout the day and really just pouring into them, giving them what they need. There are children in Amarillo who are couch surfing with their moms. They don't have homes, they don't have a safe place to be. They don't have their own beds, their bedrooms. We've had several moms who have come right off the street. They were staying at Salvation Army or here at our overnight program, and they then come into Esther's house saying, I need a place to stay. I need to get off of the streets. I don't have anywhere to go during the day. And even kids in elementary schools, like, they are not living in a home. They are sleeping on couches. Part of us coming in here is giving them a place to stay, that they have their own beds, they have a room that they can stay in with their moms, and they have their own space where they can be normal and have a sense of normalcy.
At Faith City Mission, we're committed to feed the hungry, to clothe the needy, and to shelter the homeless, and to preach the gospel, to bring hope, healing, and transformation to those in crisis. By partnering through donations, volunteering, or raising awareness, you can help amplify this impact by meeting needs, spreading God's grace, and making a lasting difference in our community.
At Faith City Mission, we believe in bringing hope, healing, and transformation to all those in need. My name is Heidi. I'm the Director of Development. Women are welcome to shop with us on Tuesdays at 1:30, and men's shopping is on Thursdays at 1:30. Our clothing is made available to anyone who is in need, from the homeless guests to those needing help dressing for a job interview. We want to help everyone. If your kids have outgrown their school clothes and you need help finding pieces that fit them, we want to help. If you're new to town without a support system, we want to support you. For anyone facing urgent needs, emergency clothing is also available on a case-by-case basis. We appreciate donations of gently used clothing and shoes. Our goal is for our guests to feel hope and confidence towards their next step of success. We receive donations like this every week, and we are always so grateful. Our team here will sort through these clothes, and the gently used in-season clothes will go on our rack. And then out-of-season, gently used clothes will be distributed around the world for all those in need. What we need in Amarillo right now is clothes to prepare people for the winter months. So we're talking hats, gloves, scarves, jackets, boots, things that are going to keep them warm as the cold weather approaches. We want to thank you for giving to Faith City Mission, and thank you for impacting our city in such a powerful way.
Well, we are back. We took a short break. We've had some great interviews with some great people. We've switched sides for those of you that have stayed tuned in with us. I have with me Matthew Kuntz. Matthew is he is one of our case managers. Early in this, you heard from Cody, who's the case manager with the Hope for Men program. Matthew is our lead case manager with that program. Much like some of the other folks that you've heard from, Matthew kind of came up through the ranks at Faith City. He's been in our recovery program a number of years back, and now he's back helping us. And so, Matthew, thank you for coming out. You've been here actually since 1 this morning.
Yes.
Came out to kind of watch and secure the perimeter of our building with us, and so going to be here a few more hours. But Matthew, just kind of share with us, some of your life. We are the reason we're doing what we're doing is it is National Homeless Awareness Day, and so we're bringing some recognition to that. And so share with us your path through what did homelessness look like for you personally, or some of you knew, and then what led you through some of the things that you were involved in that brought you to Faith City, and then we'll talk about Faith City.
All right, so I was actually doing really good in life at first. I was a CO for TDCJ, and then some life events happened that led me down into an addiction that led me at 20 years old becoming homeless for the first time, and I spent pretty close to almost a year living underneath the bridge on 26 and I-27. And I would stay there, and then I would jump in house hopping and couch surfing for just a little bit, and then I never really heard about Faith City, except I had a friend that once or twice, looking back, she had brought me, and I didn't know that's what I was going to, and that was when we were back at the old location. But I would go and eat lunch, but I still didn't know what was going on with that. And then due to my addiction, I found myself with a state jail felony for stealing my stepfather's car. And I went and did my time, got put on probation, and then I got some community service, and I was sent over to Faith City Mission. And I can laugh at it now. It's not funny, but I can laugh at it now. I went there, and I was in the middle of a K2 addiction at that time. And so I went to go sign up for community service, walked into Faith City, and I was back there doing laundry with a student that was in the program, and I didn't know anything about the program, what was going on. I thought I was just in a homeless shelter. And he asked me, "What are you going to be doing after this?" And I pulled out a bag of K2 right there in the middle of Faith City Mission, not realizing that it was a discipleship for sober living. And this guy was a bigger guy. I weighed all of maybe 120 pounds or so, and this guy probably about 350, 6'5", and he ripped that bag out of my hand and took me up to the head of security, who back then was Alfred Henderson. And it was by the end of that day, I was actually in the Hope for Men program. And I started that October of 2013, and I went through the entire program, and I stayed with Faith City, graduated in 2014, but then I stayed for 6 more months, and I had a little slip up, and I ended up relapsing, and then I left for 5 years. And in 2019, I was sitting there on my 29th birthday in Phoenix, Arizona. I had gone back there, and I was about to celebrate my 29th birthday, and I had what I shouldn't have in front of me, and I had a voice tell me, "Call Faith City," and that's when I called, and the men's manager at that time, Alex Romero, he answered, and he said, "Yes, we have an opening, go ahead and come down here." And 3 days later, I was on a Greyhound bus, and I came back. And that was the thing that opened up my eyes to what Faith City, because when I was in Faith City the first time, I think I kind of faked it to make it through the program, and this time there was a guy, Bill Shaw, was right there, and I'll never forget it. And it's kind of a reason I do things, and something that I see about Faith City in general, is that we have open doors. And that's kind of like a theme in my life now, because they opened that door for me again, and then Bill Shaw just opened up his arms and he embraced me instead of judging me for doing what I had done when I went through the program with him. He embraced me, and I've been back ever since, and I just have that, even now as a case manager, I have that thing where guys will just come to my office because I want to have that open door for when they want to come talk.
Yeah. So let's talk about that time, that year of homelessness. What one of the common things I've heard today from those that have been in that situation was survival mode. You know, there is something that clicks in you mentally, that you figure out how to be in survival mode at all times. And so what did that look like for you, not just with an addiction, but the fact of the matter that you're now, you had a career, you were doing well, and now all of a sudden your career is gone, your home is gone, you're on the streets. What did that look like for you prior to coming to Faith City? You know, what resources were you finding out there, and how are you maintaining yourself and your safety?
My safety, I would find people. Unfortunately, I burned a lot of bridges because of it, but I would find people, and I would, like I said, I would couch hop. The survival when I was actually on the street that I would go into is almost a survival of my emotional state, and I would just tell myself this is okay. And what I've learned through the process here in Genesis. It was a survival lie that I was telling myself.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's better than me being here. It's better than me being in prison. It's better than this. So I was telling myself all the time, it's okay because it could be worse. And so it was more of a survival of the mind than it was a protection, because I always surrounded myself with people that would protect me. So physically I didn't have to protect myself, but mentally and emotionally I did.
Let's talk about the first time when you came to Faith City in 2013. You know, you've been on the streets, you've cultivated an addiction, and then you come here, and of course that was at the other building over at 2nd and Pierce. What was your first thought? You know, when you entered into the program, and now you realize I'm not on the street, but I got some work to do. And how did you adapt to that over there after being on the street, losing everything, and then now being back in a structured environment?
For the first few I'd say probably 2 to 3 months, I was actually very paranoid. Why is everything so good? I would start self-sabotaging a lot early on in my program. I actually self-sabotaged about 4 months into it, and that's why when I relapsed during the program, because I was like, this is too good, so I'm going to take it before they can take it from me. But then over time, I started seeing that I became comfortable, and I felt loved, and I felt protected to where I almost didn't want to leave. At first, I wanted to leave, but I was only here because the paper of probation told me I had to. And then at the end, I didn't want to leave because I felt like I didn't want anybody to be able to, I didn't even want myself to be able to take it from myself.
Wow. So you graduated, you were living at that time, Faith City had, they had off-site housing over there around Virginia Circle, somewhere over in there. You were living over there, and not just you, but that kind of turned into a hotbed of, kind of was relapse central for a little while. You ended up getting escorted out of that setting, and then for 5 years you were gone. And so in that 5 years, before you came back in 2019, what was life? What did it look like? Were you back on the streets? Were you living with somebody? Did you have your own place? What did that look like for 5 years?
I tell a lot of the guys in the program that it was a hit or miss with my sobriety, and even with my homelessness because of my sobriety. And so I'd go and get clean for 3 years or for 30 days, and then I'd go get a 30-day chip, and then I'd go celebrate because of that 30-day chip, and then 60 days the next time, then 90 days. And so I would have bouts where I was doing good, but then it got bad. right around 2021, or no, not 2021, 2017, 2 years before I came, where I got so bad in my addiction that I actually hung myself. Because I was done with being homeless, I was done with my addiction, and they court ordered me to go to the state hospital in Wichita Falls. And then that's what led me to coming back here to Amarillo afterwards, and I couldn't get done what I wanted to get done there, so I got connected in with some people, and I was just going to take it in my eyes the easy way out of that loop. And so I started getting really, really deep into doing methamphetamines to enough to where I can say my dealer actually got a hold of my mother for me, and that's what led me to going to Phoenix, Arizona. He said, dude, like, when you have your dealer saying that you need to get off the drugs, it was probably bad enough. And so he got a hold, I got on a bus and I went out there, and that's what led me to going to Phoenix, Arizona.
And so in 2019, you call Alex, they bring you back, and of course I showed up in April of 20. And when I got here, you were not a program student. You were here, but you were not a program student. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't realize that when I was asked to apply for that position, you had already applied and interviewed for it, for the men's manager position. And so when you came in 19, I know some of it. You know, you were doing, you know, some of the guys that come back. We do a little bit of a fast track type Genesis process with Ryan, and he digs into some specific things, and you had already done that. And so from 19 to now, what has been the difference for you? Because from 19 to now, you haven't gone back into homelessness, you haven't gone back into drug use. You've been very regimented in your life, not just personally, but professionally and spiritually. What was the difference maker when you came back to Faith City this time to seek out that help? What was different? What was it? Something different in you? Was it something different with the program or what we were offering? What was it?
It was a relationship.
Relationship.
First, creating a relationship with those around me, and then I ended up getting plugged in with my churches. Trusting people was a big one for me. I didn't trust anyone. I was always paranoid anybody was out to get me. And then most recently, my family.
Yeah.
Finally getting married and adopting my son, and now having a child come. It's relationship is what is keeping me centered, but ultimately it's because of God, and that's what I did. The first time I was a self-proclaimed atheist in Faith City. This time I finally sat down with Raymond. And when he told me that when I first came in, going back to that, he had said, what do you want? And I said, I can't do the program because everybody that was in the men's team had been in the program with me in 13. And so I said, and he respected that, so he gave me a Matthew program, is what he called. Yeah. And so during that time, what he taught me is about the circles of friendships. And I still teach that in the classes I teach now. Yeah. And it was all about relationship. Relationship is huge. Yeah. You can't do it alone.
And you touched on when you said, you know, what Raymond calls the Matthew program. We have utilized that same pattern for multiple other men since then, and we still refer to that as the Matthew program. Yeah. You know, so when we go to Raymond, when the men's team comes to Raymond and says, "Hey, we've got this guy, we need to kind of fast track him a little bit," Raymond says, "Let's put him in the Matthew program, and I'll work with him." And so we still do that to this day. So with all that being said, you know, you had been here once before, and it wasn't a perfect program. You and I have discussed that before, some of the mistakes you made, some of the pitfalls of things that you had done, but you came back, you knew there was something here. What is it for you that sets Faith City Mission apart from other organizations that do what we do or similar to what we do?
I think it's the heart behind the mission, kind of like what I was talking about in the beginning. It's the open door policy, where I've seen other ones where the door being out there, and there's great organizations out there, but when the time is done and the door is locked. hear there's a heart behind it and be like, okay, yeah, it might be 15 minutes late, but you know, the wind's blowing and it's cold outside, let's bring you in.
Yeah.
Seeing what we've done now, even this last year, bringing in and having birthday parties for the guests, I'd never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
And so it's like the heart behind the homeless. We are here to do that. We're here to serve.
Yeah.
And that's what love the most about it.
One of the things Matthew's talking about that we've implemented since I came on as the director is every quarter we do we have a guest birthday party, and so whatever guests have in that 3 months they had a birthday, we have a birthday party. We have cake and ice cream, and we have little games and little gift cards that we can give out, just to celebrate with our guests that come in out of the homeless community, to show them that, hey, your birthday still has a meaning, and it has a meaning to us, and we want to celebrate you. Some of the other things we've done, I think my favorite thing we've done so far is our PR team came up with a idea, worked with Raymond. This stuff is stuff that Raymond and I have discussed, but we did a movie day, and we pulled the screens down in chapel, and we downloaded some movies, and our PR team got a popcorn machine, and we popped popcorn, and we had movie theater candies and sodas, and after the birthday party that day, then everybody got a little ticket, went over, they got their little box with all their goodies in it, they got to pick their drink, and then they got to go in and watch a movie. And you know, for those 2 to 3 hours, it gives a sense of normalcy to our homeless guests, where their normal is very different than most of ours. And for those 2 or 3 hours, it gives them a space to decompress and to let their guard down a little bit. You know, when you're standing there giving them those little candy boxes, and Matthew and I were down there together, to see the smile on somebody's face that you've seen in and out of your facility for years, and they've never smiled, but in that moment they smiled, and they acted like kids that day. And so it's kind of the things he's touching on. Matthew, you know, you've been in our program, and now you are part of our men's team. In your opinion, what makes the programs at Faith City, the recovery programs, unique and different than other programs that are available?
And it was paramount for me as well, is we allow people to find who they are through Christ. Identity. It's no longer the addict or the lost father, or the one that didn't show up, or the uncle that's no longer there, or the whatever it is. It's those identities go away, and now it's, hey, there's Matthew, the Father, the Son, the good, like all those negatives. It's the identity that we find in this program.
Yeah. Why is Faith City Mission important to you, and why is it important to you that Faith City Mission is in Emerald?
Faith City is important to me because it saved me. It really did. It led me to Christ. It allowed me to open up who I do things that I never thought possible. I have anxiety, and I'm sitting in front of a camera right now. Yeah. I get to teach. I got to find my office in the heavenly kingdom. I got to find all these things, and it's important that it's here because it's very much needed here. And it's known, we're known, people come and they bring their people to us because we are able to, in Amarillo, we're able to help out.
Yeah. When I came here in 20, you were actually still living at the old building. Mm-hmm. Not everybody had moved over here, and you were living over at the other building, and that wasn't ideal. And you were kind of part-time working the front desk, and I remember visiting with you, because one of the things for me always is, you know, what do you want to accomplish? What do you want to do with your life? And I remember finally, you know, when we first got here, there was a little distance between the two of us, because I kind of felt like you were a little put out that I got the job, and you weren't really sure about me. But then when those guards came down and we started really talking, and I realized really quickly, for those that don't know, Matthew has really a genius IQ. I mean, the man is highly intelligent. He'll come to my office. He went to AC to develop his hobby, which was coding, computer coding. And I remember Matthew bringing his computer to me with all these lines and squiggles and dots on a computer screen. And he's like, "Do you know what this is?" I'm like, "Matthew, I don't know what any of that is." And he would start telling me about the operating system, not the putting together a website, but what makes that website work. And he just did that in his spare time because he enjoyed it. And he would come, my eyes would glaze over, and I'd be like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And then I do the same thing with him. I'll purposely go to his office, and I have a little hot rod pickup I'm working on, and I just go start telling him about it. It does the same thing to him. He doesn't understand it. But we started talking about, what do you want to do? And one thing with Matthew is he always wanted to be able to give back to make a difference. And so we were I've been in a couple different transition phases in my time here. One of those transition phases is the plan was I was gonna oversee the programs, the men's and women's program. And I told our director at the time, "I'll do that, but I want to pick my team." And so I started handpicking the people that I wanted around me. Well, Matthew was one of them. There were a lot of question marks behind closed doors. And I said, you haven't dug into him far enough to realize that he has some abilities that would be beneficial. And so since that time, I've watched Matthew grow. Fantastic case manager, but that's not even his strong suit. He has helped us in the last couple of years streamline everything we do for the programs. We have gone digital on a lot of stuff, which has helped with resources and spending, and has cut that down. But I've also, one of the things that Matthew and I have talked about, I've had the privilege of being a mentor to him, kind of being a spiritual father. And early on, he started talking about, I really want to be a husband. I want to be a father. I want to have a family. And so in the last year or so, Matthew's become a husband. He's in the process of adopting his son. And I don't know if we can share this or not, but I'm going to leave it to you. Matthew shared a picture with me in the middle of the night in a group message. You got some great news yesterday.
Yes, we said after this first sonogram we'd announce it, but it wasn't supposed to happen until last Friday or next Friday. But we went up to the doctor. We got a phone call in the middle of my shift yesterday, and I told Bill, I said, "I gotta go," and he said, "Go." We're confirmed pregnant, and we're going to be having our baby next May.
Yeah. And so Matthew sent a picture of the sonogram with this wee little picture of this baby. And in the caption, he said, "I got to see the heartbeat." That is amazing. To see that everything that we've discussed over, from around 21 to now, you're fulfilling that. And I believe that part of the reason why you are where you are today is because in 19, you said to yourself, enough is enough and I've got to do something differently. And you came back to a place that had given you some tools before, but maybe you weren't utilizing them and you just needed a jump start, and you came back. And then now over the last couple of years, we've got to see you grow and expand and mature in so many areas, and now you're fulfilling so many of the dreams that you had that you would even say at times, "I don't know if that's attainable for me." And we had those conversations, and here you are with some of the very things that you said, "I don't know that that's obtainable," and here we are. And so if there's one thing that you would tell the people that are watching us early on this chilly morning, what's the one thing you would want them to know about Faith City Mission with the programs as an outreach hub for the homeless community, feeding, sheltering, clothing? What's the one thing you'd want to leave with them today?
I'd say if you know about us, let other people know. Because like me, when I early on in 2012, 2011, I didn't know that it existed. Let people know, because we have everything that you need. We have the homeless shelter, we have food, we have clothing, we have programs, we have everything. Let people know, and if you know somebody that needs it, get them to us. We're willing and want to help them.
Well, Matthew, I thank you. Thank you for all you do for Faith City and what you do to make this place run. Thank you for taking your time, not just to come sit on this bench, but to be here all night with us. And just being diligent in what you do. I know that sometimes this type of work can appear to be thankless, or we have some tough days. There's some tough days here, but man, you stay the course and you stay in the saddle, and I appreciate that about you. I appreciate your willingness. Anytime I ask you to help with something, you're always one of the first ones willing to say, "Here I am. What do you need?" And so I thank you for that. I thank you for your heart for the homeless, your heart for the drug addict, your heart for these men that come in here that they're not much different than you and I were a few years ago, but they have a new lease on life, and they've got guys like yourself that are in this building every single day that are available. And I thank you for that. So, love you. All right. That's it. Easy peasy.
I don't know how you did that.
I've got with me Jordan Pinkston. Jordan is one of our board members. I've had the privilege of working side by side with him over the last couple of years, not just from the aspect of what the board does as far as helping oversee what we do, but it's kind of the mastermind. We launched a new fundraiser for us. We do a skeet shoot now. He was really instrumental in really making that thing successful. So Jordan, thank you for coming out early. I know that you are a busy man. You've got a lot going on. But what is it? Let's do this first. How did you get connected to Faith City Mission? And then how long have you served? Because I think you've been on the board as long as I've been here, to my knowledge. What got you connected to Faith City, and what keeps you connected? What keeps you passionate about what we do? Because you have a high level of passion for the ministry as a whole.
Yeah. No, I got involved with Faith City Mission back when I was elementary, middle school, high school. Through my dad. He's always had a heart for the least of these, the people who need help, the people who are struggling with alcohol addiction or drug addictions, or just down and out in their life and have had a hard time. And so he got involved with the mission and mentored guys and would pick them up and take them to church, or get them involved in different activities and stuff. And so I grew up around the mission and getting to see what they do and that kind of stuff, and just learning from him how to have a heart for people who are in need and need help. And so did some volunteering down here at different points in my life, and just running around with different guys in the program. Became good friends with some of them. You know, some Woody Valentines and Jerry Potters and guys who've been success stories through this, who are still friends of mine to this day. And just kind of got to know what was going on and see what was happening. And then it wasn't until I think 2021, 2020, somewhere in there, one of our other board members, Paula O'Neill, who's been on the board forever.
Yeah, a long time.
A long time, yeah, board
She
member.
was Paula was our very first interview for this when we started.
As she should be.
Yeah.
She has such a heart for the mission, and
She does.
what she's done for Faith City Mission and our homeless community is can't be wrapped up in words.
Yeah.
And she's just a titan in the faith, and just has helped lead this mission in a great way.
Yeah.
But she's a close family friend of ours, and I'm good friends with her husband, Randy, and they kind of Randy texted me and said, "Hey, you want to go to lunch? Paula has a question for you." And I said, "Yeah, let's do it." And so we went to lunch, and Paula asked me if I wanted to be on the board, and I said, "You know, I think I would. Like, I kind of felt like I need to do something to give back to the community, and I need to be doing more in my life and stuff like that." And it was just God had actually put Faith City on my heart, and I was like, I don't really know how I get on the board. And then she came and asked me, and it's just been a great experience. It's been a great way to get involved, learn more about the mission, learn more about what we do, get to know the staff, and really see the heart of what y'all do,
Yeah.
and how you care for the students, and get to know the students more. And, you know, just like the interview that you just did, and the testimony that comes out from it.
Yeah.
And it's just heart-wrenching just to hear, you know, how people go from being so down and out and just needing something, and then hearing about how it's nothing but God that brings them here. You know, that,
Yeah.
hey, it's testimony after testimony of, hey, I was down and out. I was at my wit's end. I was, you know, ready to give up on life. And, you know, there was this person, or I heard this voice, or whatever, and they come in and they say, hey, God led me here to Faith City Mission, and it changed my life.
Yeah.
It changed my life.
Yeah.
And when you hear that, it makes it easy to give your time up. It makes it easy to give those extra hours, or to make those extra phone calls, or to do whatever you got to do to help get this place moving forward. And to see how those lives are changed is so beneficial to everybody, and to see how what we're doing is making a difference, and bringing people to God. It's getting people set free from drugs and alcohol. It's like you mentioned earlier, you know, some people just need a meal,
Yeah.
or a new set of clothes,
Yeah.
you know, and we're here for that.
Absolutely.
And so that's kind of how I got
Yeah.
involved down.
Why do you think, it's kind of a multifaceted question, why do you think that Faith City is important to the Panhandle and even beyond? I think people don't realize, you know, we have not just our homeless guests are not just from Amarillo. I mean, we
Yeah.
have them from, we've
Yeah.
had guys in here from California and Colorado and all over the nation. And then the same thing with our students. I mean, we've had students from as far, you know, back east and way up north, and they've come here seeking a better way, you know. So it's not just really the Panhandle region. I mean, we do have a nationwide reach. But why do you feel like it is important that Faith City is in the Panhandle, and what do you believe it is that has given us such a longevity in our city? You know, we've been here since '51,
Yeah.
and we're still thriving and we're still growing and we're still making an impact and meeting people right where they're at. Why do you think it's important? And two, what do you think the catalyst for such a long tenure of success has been?
I think God's placed us here right in the center of the United States. I-40, we're right here on the intersection of I-40 and I-27.
Yeah.
You know, and it allows people who are transient and moving across the United States to stop here and to get fed, get clothed, have a place to sleep. They can take a shower. And then we also have the people who come in to go into our program. And I think that God has placed us here kind of to catch those people moving through, and then to give them a way to move forward in life, take the next step, get back on their feet, and then we can send them back out to where they're from.
Yeah.
It's like the young lady, Heaven.
Heaven, yeah.
Love that story.
Yeah.
She, homeless, living on the streets here. The guys at the front were just loving on her. Came into the program when she was pregnant and on drugs, got clean, and moved back home, and is now living her best life.
Yeah. Turned
And-
into a phenomenal mother.
Yes.
Raising this wonderful little girl that is, and we still hear from her. You know, it's a great success story of not just the restoration of her life, but the restoration of her family.
Yeah.
That was huge to get to witness that.
Well, and that's a good point too. And she's not the only one, but it's the restoration of families. It's not just the individual. It's the restoration of the families.
Yeah.
For the people who come here and go through the program.
Yeah.
You know, addiction is such a hard thing.
Yeah.
And it's not just hard on the individual, it's hard on the family. And that's one of the cool things that we get to see here at the mission is when the family comes in and sees what's going on, they're seeing the true change that happens. And the true change that only God can do to those people.
Yeah.
Then that change happens in their life too. And it restores the relationship. And it restores that relationship in a way that only God can restore it. And so that's a really cool thing to get to watch. You know, and so to answer the second part of your question though is, why are we successful? Well, I think that we're successful and we've been able to be successful for so long because of the leadership that we've had at this organization, and it started at the beginning. And it's been godly leadership that has been based on godly principles, and we've been responsible in the manner that we've done it.
Yeah.
And we still try to do that to this day.
Yeah.
We have had just some titans of the faith in the community here in Amarillo who have either served here at the mission on staff, who have served on the board or volunteered here, who are committed to running this organization in the best way that we possibly can. And we try to do it openly. We audit our books. We are very dedicated to tithing with all the donations that we get.
Yeah.
Meaning that we give 10% of what we bring in to other ministries, we try to keep a lot of that local here, and then we also distribute that out to around the world.
Yeah.
We've been donating to some just amazing ministries around the world and down in Brazil and different places, and I think God's really blessed us because we've done that, and because we're helping other people and we're stewarding that money well.
Yeah.
And we're just really kind of getting to press in. I know in our board meetings we really try to focus in on, like, hey, how are we spending our money? Are we doing it right?
Right.
And you
Yeah.
do a phenomenal job at helping us with
Yeah.
that, and so we're
I
super
think
thankful.
I think
for that.
sometimes they get tired of having to come and see me and okay, I'm just ordering some office supplies. Well, I still need to see what we're doing here, and so
Yeah.
you know, and I think the day will come where maybe we don't have to be as tight, but right now it's just I feel like that's the best thing we need to do for long-term success, to be a good steward of what the Lord's entrusted us, whether it be the facility or the income that comes from our donors, because we are dependent on our donors
Yeah.
to make sure that we keep moving forward. You know, one of my favorite things when I came on here is, you know, I volunteered when Faith City was over at Second Pierce, and I liked that building. It was cool to go over there, and you know, had some great experiences. But when I came to work here, and for the most part, everybody was moved into this building. All the meals were taking place here, all the overnight was taking place here. But what was telling to me, and I feel like it's still important to this day, is where we're located now is literally in the heart of original Amarillo.
Yeah.
You know, the hospital, the main hospital that was here forever is right across the street from us. We're literally, you know, a block and a half up from the original Route 66. And I feel like there's something about being in the heartbeat of the middle of the city, the original, where it all started for Amarillo, and we're back to that place. You know, I feel like we kind of went back in time a little bit to build a future for people, and I love the location. I love the facility. I feel like we have one of the most first-class places to provide the services we do for Amarillo and surrounding areas, and for, you know, not just in the recovery program. I think our recovery program is fantastic, but just the stuff that we do every day with the meals and the clothing and the shelter and the, you know, everything that we do for the homeless community. I feel like we do it at a high level, but I believe we do it. We've been blessed with a place that is just first class in every aspect of a homeless shelter. You know, you walk in here, it doesn't look like, feel like, smell like your typical shelter. It's got a different flow to it, and I really credit the board for that. You know, there was some opportunity and you know, a group that came together and had some vision to make something better for the community, and I really feel like the board and the staff that was here at that time, it really did a great job, and now those of us that are here, we get to benefit from that.
For sure.
You know, and it's a great place to come. And you know, what are some of the things, you know, every month we meet and we go over statistics and numbers, and you know, a lot of the times, you know, we look at numbers, how many meals served and how many nights of shelter and those things, but when you get past the nuts and bolts of it, what is the thing that just truly, because I watch you guys during the meetings, and we start talking about the stories, and even maybe not the so good stories that I have come and share, but what is it about what we do every single day that just moves your heart to say, man, I am connected with something that is meaningful?
You know, there's two aspects of that. One is our program for men and women who are struggling with addiction, and to see them come in and the lives change. And like I mentioned earlier, I still have friends from when I was in high school of guys who were, you know, 10 or 15 years older than me that have gone through the program, who are success stories, who are out there killing it, making a living, you know, and I love to see that. I love to see the heavens, you know, the girls who come through and their lives are changed too. So I love what we do in that aspect. And then on the front side of it, what I really like is, you know, we just built this new women's shelter, and the city had come to us and said, hey, we need a place for homeless women. We said, all right, we'll build something, and we'll help out in the community and do that. And it has been so cool to hear the stories that have come out of there. For the women and children not to have to spend the night out on these streets.
Or in a car, or wherever they've been.
Yeah, and they get to come in and they just get to, you know, come into a loving place where they have a clean bed, and they can put clean clothes on, they can take a hot shower,
Yeah.
and you know those kids. You know, I know that there was a lady and her kids here that you were telling us about a few months ago, and the school bus was coming by
Yeah.
to pick up those kids, and you just hear about you know how good people are within our community, that the school bus would even come by and pick up those kids first thing,
Yeah.
so that the other kids didn't know they were getting picked up from a homeless shelter.
First one's picked up, last one's dropped off, so that they could keep their, even as children, could keep their dignity. And you know, and since then they were here with us, and they have transitioned from here. They worked with our women's program, which is, you know, not necessarily something that we always do, but our women's program director worked to help that lady get from here to Martha's home.
Yeah.
So now she's in a transitional living setting, more of a permanent type setting for her and her children. But it was, you know, the time spent here was able to give her a safe place to rest her body, to rest her mind, so she could make the next step. And so now she's over there, and the sky's the limit for them now. It's vitally important that, you know, the walls and the barriers between the resources in our city have to come down. If we have not been diligent the way we have been in the last 2 years of rebuilding relationships with other providers, that would not have been an opportunity.
Yeah.
And because we've been diligent in rebuilding and reaching out and saying, hey, how can we assist you? Here's where we need some help. And we've had so many of them come through here, even during these interviews. It was a phone call. Hey, this girl is wanting to make application. What's her next step with you? And they made it. It was a seamless move from here, from homelessness to transitional living.
Well, and I think that's a great thing that y'all have done, and we love hearing about as the board, is how we interact with other nonprofits or ministries or whatever to help people not only from where we're going, but to transitional housing or getting them in the program, and how people in the community are all working together to make it happen.
Yeah, the stories, especially out of our women's program, where, you know, and we're going to talk to Deanna a little later this morning. She's our director of our kids ministry, but to see, you know, mothers that were on the verge of losing their children to CPS, being able to come in, reestablish their lives, but have their children with them in a safe environment while their children are being taught different things, to live a little bit differently as well, because they're subject to that lifestyle as well. But mom doesn't have to worry about where is my child, you know, while I'm here.
Yeah.
They know where their baby is, and they know their baby is well cared for. And, you know, I go back to when I got here in 20, you know, COVID had hit, and shortly after I got here, everything went into shelter in place, and the kids weren't going into the schools. And I had some ladies working here then, and it was vital for me to make sure that our kids didn't fall through the cracks. And so we started reaching out to Canyon, because we had some kids in Canyon ISD, we had some in Emerald ISD, and reaching out to the schools to say, hey, we don't want our kids left behind.
Yeah.
And so what can we do? And then what we did is we completely revamped our kids ministry, still did the ministry side of it, you know, the practical, you know, the scriptural things that we were doing and those things. But then we turned our kids ministry into a classroom.
Yeah.
And we started working with the school and getting their schoolwork, and kids that were behind when they got here, by the time they were able to go back into school, they were either caught up or a little ahead. And I was so thankful for the ladies that were here, and I was thankful for the partnership with the school districts.
Yeah.
To be able to continue to help these kids that maybe otherwise they would have fallen so far behind that, you know, no telling what it would have looked like when they went back to school. And so, you know, a lot of people don't realize we do house women and their children here. It's important to know that. And so
Yeah, and I think that is something that, I mean, it's even for me being on the board and being involved down here, that sometimes I don't necessarily think about. I get focused on the men and the women, and we do so much with kids that are coming off the streets, or kids whose parents have mothers have addiction, and they're staying up here with them. There's a little playground right over here to our right, for them to get to come out here and play, and they'll have a great little setup in there for them to nursery area and that kind of stuff. And it's just one thing that's really overlooked a lot, I think, even when you talk about homelessness and stuff, is the kids that are living out of cars with their parents, and that aspect, and how we get to help them. We have the clothing room over here, and it's not just men's and women's clothes, it's clothes for the kids. And, we get to make sure that they have decent clothes to go to school in, so they aren't going in with clothes that haven't been washed or that are wore out.
Shoes that are wore out.
And everything that they get in there is for free, and if I wouldn't wear it, it wouldn't be in there.
That's right. We don't keep junk. If it's not something that we wouldn't put on our family, we won't put it on their family. And then also, I shared earlier that it's not just the programs or even the homeless community, it's the working poor.
Yeah.
Out of our neighborhood over here, they have jobs, they have homes, but they don't have the extra. Sometimes they need an extra meal, so they come and eat. Or school time comes around and they need backpacks with school supplies, and we provide those. Or Christmas time rolls around. One of the things about the Amarillo area is so benevolent, but we provide hundreds of Christmas gifts to this neighborhood every year. And to see these little ones come in with their mamas, and we're loading them up so that loading these moms up so on Christmas morning, their kiddos have something to open.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily about the gift, but it is about letting them know, hey, you're important, and we want to make sure that you have, what you want. And we always make sure to make it a point to tell the mom, hey, this is not from Faith City.
Yeah.
You're getting it here, but we want it to be from you, and we want you to be the blessing as well. One of my favorite stories, and it wrecks me even to this day. We were kind of coming out of COVID, and there was a family, they'd actually used to come in and volunteer. The grandparents had been volunteers for a long time. The girls had kind of grown up coming here, and they had fallen on some hard times, and both of the parents died during COVID. Wow. And they came during our Christmas outreach, and they came and they ate, did the chapel service, and we do a lot of giveaways. And Miss Shannon called me and she said, "Hey, Pastor Robert, will you help them with their kids get some gifts?" And I said, "Yeah, I will go and do that." And so we went back there to the sorting. We had all these just tons of gifts, and had these kiddos come back there, and I told them, I said, "Hey," I told the moms, I said, "You guys grab some things as well, but I'm going to let them grab some things now." And I let the kids grab a few things, and this little girl, a little bitty, and of course, them little girls will get my heart. I'm a girl dad, and so she went in there and looked around and dug around, and she found this baby doll. Wasn't much to this baby doll, just this little simple baby, and I saw her light up when she saw it, and she got it, and she pulled it in close, and she held it for a minute, and she looked at her mama. She says, "Mama, it really is Christmas now." Yeah. And the simplicity of a baby doll really opened my eyes to the fact that, man, we take so much for granted.
Yeah.
And this little girl, and I told him, I said, "Man, y'all can get some more stuff." And she was content. She had that baby, and that made it for her. And I was like, I'm back there with her mom and her aunt, and we're all bawling and crying, and this little girl's spinning around holding her baby doll.
Yeah.
And that will forever go with me the rest of my life, knowing that because of the donors of the area, we were able to give that little girl her heart's desire. She got a meal. She heard the gospel. They've got some necessities for their home, but she got a baby doll.
Yeah.
And not only will that stick with me, that will stick with her. She'll remember that when everything seemed out of sorts, I got a baby doll. And I'm thankful for that. As a board member, as we kind of wrap up this session, what is something you'd like to say to the community, just something you'd like to leave with them in regards to, you know, why we're important, and maybe how important is it for them to, I've asked this question of every board member, why is it important for our community to partner with us?
You know, it's what we do here. There's a lot of other good organizations and ministries and nonprofits here that are doing a lot of good things, but there's nobody who does it quite like we do, or does exactly what we do. And we have kind of a niche in the market where we're getting to do some really cool and big things. And, you know, we've got to talk a lot about different stories and different things that we do down here. And I think that if you're out there and you're listening to this, and you're hearing these different testimonies, and you're hearing how these lives are changed, and all the different cool stuff that we get to do down here, and how we get to impact from little babies up to old people who can barely get around. If you hear that and you want to know a little bit more about us, why don't you come down and come take a tour? You know, come down and come out with Pastor or Heidi or any one of the staff members, and come eat lunch with us. You know, see what we eat. We're not a soup kitchen.
No.
Our guests eat good food. Eat better than I do a lot of times.
We're not slopping people here, I promise you.
Our chefs here are better cooks than me, and you know, come down and see what we do, and I promise you you'll be impressed, and it'll change your life.
Well, man, Jordan, I thank you. I thank you for what you do for the mission, and what you do for the staff, your diligence in serving. You are committed and you're consistent, and I appreciate that about you. And I appreciate you getting up early and coming out. You've been here for a little bit, but I thank you for your support, and really that makes what we do that much more easier. You know, when you have a great board, I've worked with some different boards over the years, and I can honestly say this one in this arena, this type of ministry, is by far the best that I've had the opportunity to be a part of, and I thank you guys for that.
Well, we're glad to get to help out, and glad for what you do.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again so much. Jordan Pinkston, ladies and gentlemen, he's a member of our board, and he's a great partner to not just us, but to the Amarillo area. And so thank you again.
Yes, sir.
We're back with Les. Les is a Hope for Men program student. Les, however, has been in the homeless community, and what we're doing, Les, the reason we're doing this live feed is we're bringing recognition. It's National Homeless Awareness Day, and so we're talking about homelessness. We're talking about the importance of places like Faith City Mission and the resources that they offer. And so I'd just like to kind of hear from you, your experience. What were some of your experiences in that homeless environment? What are some of the misconceptions that maybe the community has about somebody that's in homelessness? What's some insight that you can shine into that from your own experience? And then I want to talk about where you're currently at in the program and why being in the program, coming out of some addiction and some different things, why it's important for you to be here. So first, what was your experience in the homeless community, and what do you believe is some of the misconception that our community may have about the homeless?
Well, it was a long time ago when I was homeless, but I was lucky I had a car to live in. Some people don't have a car.
Yeah.
And then I knew where to go to get food, because there's a Washington Street has a really good pantry and clothing closet to go to. Yeah. And I knew where those stations were, so Amarillo has quite a bit of stuff for homeless people.
Yeah.
To help them out. And I don't know what the misconceptions really are.
Okay, fair enough. So, what brought you to Faith City Mission this time?
Well, since 2021, my dad, my brother, and my mom have all died, and I decided that since they couldn't come back, I was going to go be with them. And I was trying to do that with drugs and alcohol, and I finally cried out to God. It was like, how can I stop doing this before I die or go to prison?
Yeah.
And he told me to come back to Bay City, and so that's what I did. And as soon as I came in, I turned myself over to God, and my depression went away, my addiction went away, and it was all, the Holy Spirit has been all over me the whole time I've been here.
Yes, sir. Why is a place like Faith City and the resources that we offer, why is that important?
It gives us a chance to just turn the world off and just get with God and learn more about God, and God is all over this place. And that's one thing I really love about it, because God told me, he goes, you want to get to know me, go where I'm at. And that's where he told me he was at.
Yeah. You've been here a few months and working your program, giving back hours to serve the homeless community. What does that mean for you to be able to help others in that capacity? I know it's part of the program to give your hours, but what does that mean to you personally when you get to serve the homeless community?
I love it because I work in the laundry, and I get to when the homeless come in to sleep, they wear pajamas, and we get to give them clean sheets and clean blankets and clean pillow covers and clean pajamas to sleep in. And then some of them come in and just take a shower during the day. And I know what it's like to not be able to take a shower during the day, and that's horrible. And I really love being able to help them do that.
Yeah. There's something about at the end of the day being able to climb into a clean bed.
Yeah.
And we make sure that is every single day. We don't miss a day, and we're able to do that because guys like yourself are back there in that laundry room, a lot of the time out of sight. People don't see you, but it is vital to what we do here to make sure that those bed linens are cleaned every single day, that those pajamas are washed and prepared and folded every single day, and you guys do that. And maybe a thankless job at times, but
I don't
very,
need to be
very,
thanked.
yeah, very important to what we do here. You know, in your time that you've been back, what are some of the things you're learning this time at Faith City?
I was learning how to let God be what drugs used to be to me.
Yeah.
And I don't turn to drugs anymore. I just turn to God, and
Yes.
He does it every time, and He does a lot better job of it.
Right. Yeah. And he tends not to wreck our life
Yeah.
like drugs and alcohol will. But I noticed with you that you're very personable. I see you through the building, not just with the homeless guests. When I remember early on when you got here, you were in the dining area helping in there. But I also see you with the guys that have been here for a little bit, but then even with the guys that are new coming in off of the street, coming into the program. I see you all the time talking to them. How important is community for you to say, this is my place, these are my people, this is my family? How important is that for you?
That's very important. It's why I feel at home, and I just like to I know how it feels to walk in and out the street, and that it's a big decision to come in and do that.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy thing to do, and I like to try to make it as easy as I can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Les, if there was one or two things that you would like to tell the Amarillo area about Faith City, why it's important to you, and why it's important to the Panhandle. Why is it important that Faith City is here and thriving and operating every single day of the week?
Well, it's because we're creating disciples, and the world needs more of those.
Yes, sir.
And we're able to show love to the homeless community and just treat them like they're kings and queens when they come in here. And
Yeah.
some people don't understand that, but they should be able to come here and be treated like royalty. They don't get that anywhere else.
Yes, sir. Well, Les, I appreciate you taking the time. I know you were you had a little health issue that we had to get addressed, and we need to let you get not just your responsibilities, but give you some opportunity to rest up a little bit. So I thank you for coming out this morning, and it's early and it's cool, but I thank you for coming and sitting with me. But most of all, I just thank you for your heart. I thank you for you are one of the most compassionate individuals I think I've ever met. From early on when you came in, and you didn't have your footing up underneath you yet, and you were just glad to be in a safe environment, but your compassion level towards the staff and the students, and especially our homeless guests, is above and beyond, and I appreciate that about you. I appreciate the fact that you are always kind, no matter the situation. You are always, always, always kind, and that goes right in hand with what we're doing here. That culture of kindness, to be kind to one another, and so, man, I honor you and I thank you, and I look forward to seeing what the rest of your time here looks like as you get healthy, mentally, emotionally, and physically. You're already on track on some things spiritually, and just to see what the Lord does to transform your life. It's a great honor to be here with you. And so I thank you,
Thank you.
and I bless your day today.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, we're here with Clay Burgess. Clay's a member of our men's program. Just talking to Clay, your path is a little bit different than some of the folks who've come through here. You're, for the most part, your family's been pretty successful. You've been given a few different opportunities that others may not have had. You've made some decisions, however, that have put you in harm's way, put you smack dab in the middle of an addiction that has pretty much led your life for a while. You're a relatively young man. And so, just kind of share with us a little bit about you, but then I'd really like to talk to you about, and we can be real transparent here. I mean, you've done, you've stayed in some of the finer establishments that TDC offers.
Yeah.
You've got that kind of a history, but what is it about Clay that maybe somebody that's watching this morning, that maybe they didn't see anything else we've done in the last how many of our hours, but now they have an opportunity to hear from you. What is it about Clay that they would need to know to say, man, that's a young man that needed some help and he's at the right place?
For me, it would be that getting here was an act of God. It took some work to get here, but I definitely qualified to be here. Like you said, I've been kind of down a different path than some of the homeless and our guests, but not on I've been down a lot of the same paths as some of them, and with my addiction and what some of the things that led me to. And I guess, there was a point to where I forgot everything I was taught growing up. Well, I didn't forget everything that I was taught growing up. I just disregarded everything that I was taught growing up, and put myself in situations to where I was doing things that, using and drinking, that took me to an all-time low. Took all the spirituality, I was just a walking carcass of numbness, had no feelings. And, the one thing that would kind of keep me going is just the one thing that kept me alive, I know, is how bad it would hurt my mom if she lost me, And that was just kind of the thing that I think Jesus kept in my mind while I was using and drinking. And, like I said, I was at some all-time lows and just didn't have anything. I had an old camper down in Lubbock that didn't have no windows in it, didn't have any kind of electricity or power ran to it, and I was just using and living in that thing, And eventually I lost that thing and just didn't have nothing. I was bouncing around from place to place with people that didn't have my best interest in mind by no means, But that's just kind of the consequences of living in those kind of conditions, I guess.
Yeah. So you came to Faith City. You had some legal things that were kind of hanging over your head, and that was one of the first questions I had for you when I met you, and I found that out. I asked you, I said, Are you here because you want to be here, or are you here because you think it'll look good on paper for a judge? And I remember you looking at me and you said, I want to be here because I want to do different. And then I realized really quickly that part of your driving force for you to be here was one, you wanted to be better for you, but you wanted to be better for your daughter. And that is, that stuck with me. And so you came here, so kind of share with us the process. How did you hear about Faith City, and how did you end up?
I've always kind of known that Faith City Missions was here in Amarillo, just from being around the local area, and grew up on a ranch west of here. And I always knew that it was here, but I didn't know to the extent of the things that goes on here, you know, mainly because I was trying to avoid getting sober.
Right.
And how I got here is kind of interesting. I was in jail in Lubbock, and when I got there, I was just kind of going through the same, you know, the routine of jail. Just wake up in the morning, do your thing, just that whole lifestyle that don't have nothing to offer other than the same thing every day. And I went to a trustee tank, and there was a guy in there named Mr. Norris. Mr. Norris and I got pretty close. We had a lot of conversations about my daughter, and I started kind of getting my emotions and my feelings back. We would talk about my daughter, and I'd feel like a lump to be able to feel again. And so I started kind of picking up my Bible and praying. But one day I went back to my cell, and I was sitting in there, and I just had a conversation with God, kind of like, you know, how you and I talk, and just felt peace and comfort come over me, kind of, you know, whenever in the aspect of my daughter and my family and myself, because I really thought that I lost them. You know, not that my family's turned their back on me. I just felt Cora, and he kept on asking questions and got to knowing more about me. I kind of was resistant to some of the questions he would ask me, you know, just considering both of our situations and our, you know, where we stood with each other. I didn't know really, I had trust issues. I really didn't know who or what to talk about, you know, with certain people in there, but I knew after having that conversation with God and just feeling that peace, you know, and what I was talking about earlier, it was time to get to work and do something different, you know, like really do something to prove to myself mainly and to the people that love me and care about me that I really want to change. So the next day I go into Mr. Norris's office, and we get to talking about education, and he says, "You don't have your GED?" I said, "Oh boy." I said, "No, I don't have my GED." And he said, "Well, I'm going to fire you." I didn't know you had to be qualified to be a trustee, you know. And so, but it was out of care. He said, "I'm going to fire you. I'm going to send you to an education pod. You can't just resign or quit in jail. You got to get fired, you know, evidently." And so he fired me, and he walked me across the jail. Kind of felt like I was in trouble for not having my GED, the way they walked me across the jail over there to a pod called the God Pod. I didn't have any idea that it was a God Pod. I just thought it was an education pod, you know. And I got in there, and I seen God start working in people's lives. And I just seen, people that were getting life sentences, like, have true freedom. You know, they would go to court and they'd come back, and it just blew my mind, you know. And that right there executed all the excuses I had to be complaining about anything. Because there's a man sitting next to me that may not ever get to breathe fresh air again, and he has freedom and peace, you know. So that kind of lit, you know, a fire underneath me. And the GED teacher down there she was an angel straight from Jesus, I think. You know, she started working with me. She told me, you know, some of the things that you're affiliated with here, we're gonna work on that. We're gonna get your GED, and that's exactly what we did. I got my GED. Well, I got in the God Pod and started working on my GED, and I called my mom one day and I said, "Mom, if I get my GED, will you get me out of jail?" And I was expecting her to say no, you know, and rightfully so. She you know, had every right to say no. But since I was 25 years old, she's been trying to get me to get my GED. You know, and so I asked her that. She said, "Yeah, we'll get you out of jail as long as we have a good plan for when we get you out." And I said, "Okay." And 2 weeks later, I called my mom. I said, "Hey, I got my GED. Can you come get me out of here?" So she came and bonded me out, and I was fully dressed out in these kind of clothes, and I was walking out. I could hear my mom's voice on the other side, and she was so excited to be there to pick me up. You know, I could hear her through this little intercom thing that she was talking to the police, or talking to the correctional officers. And this sergeant goes to flipping through paperwork and opens the little holding cell that you're in and says, "All right, you're going home." And then another cop walks around the counter and says, "No, you're not. You got a warrant out of Oklahoma." And that was, I thought, devastating. But that's actually what got me here, was that. I get to Oklahoma within 3 days, which is unheard of, you know. But during these 3 days, I know that I'm not too worried about things. I'm just worried about my mom, you know. But the outcome of my situation, I wasn't too worried about it. I get to Oklahoma, and the district attorney there, which I have a lot of respect for, his name's George Lee. He told me, he said, if you'll go to Faith City Missions, or actually he told my mom, without a lawyer present, he told my mom, if he'll go to Faith City Missions, I'll send him there. So 2 weeks later, after the incident, I get sent here. You know? But this is the one thing that I thought was kind of interesting, is that district attorney, we had other plans for a different treatment center, you know, because really we just kind of didn't pop up, you know, whenever my mom was looking around for places for me to go. And that district attorney told my mom, said, "I need you to give me a minute," and I'm sure he called here, you know, I think he called here and talked to Mr. Bill, and because I got a phone call later from Bill. But he called my mom and he said, those other treatment centers that you're thinking about sending him to, we don't want to send him to those. We want to send him to Faith City Mission. And I got just this joy, you know, that y'all, at the time I didn't know what it was from, but like you hear about it in this place all the time, the joy of the Lord,
Yeah.
you know, that I was coming somewhere where I could focus on this God, and let God do his thing, love on me, you know, for a year, help me get back to where my roots, what my family taught me. So that's how I got to Faith City.
And so since you've been here, you've actually made a pretty quick kind of a ascent through, you know, normally when guys come in, they start them in the dining room, and then normally they've got to do, you know, some time in the dining room, some time in the kitchen, but you moved pretty quickly into the watchman's position, which is really a frontline spot. You are face to face with our homeless guests. Really, the main reason why we're in existence is to provide for the homeless community. Tell me about your experience, because I've watched you with some of our guests, particularly Jason. You know, I kind of like the interaction between the two of you when Jason stops you in the dining room and kind of demandingly tells you to get him a glass of tea, and you handle it with such grace. You know, you don't get wound up at him. You don't tell him, "Hey, you know, you can't talk to me like that. I'm a full-grown man." You handle it with such grace, and then, you know, you've kind of built a rapport with him. And so tell me a little bit about, you know, what that looks like for you every day when you're up there and we're bringing the homeless guests in. You know, you're one of the first faces they see, and how does that impact you to be able to help them? But what do you feel that your impact is on maybe the one that's in front of you in the moment?
That's really one of the big things that helps me get through the day, is exactly that, is especially with Jason in particular. he's something else. You know, each one of the guests has something to offer, no matter what their situation is, no matter what they have, emotionally, physically. They don't know how much they do impact us up here, you know, in a good way. And so what I try to do is return that. What they do for me, I try to return that and reciprocate it back to them. One thing I told myself when I became a watchman was, I'm gonna memorize each and every one of them's first name, at least, so that when they come to the door, I can say, "Hey, Jason," or "Hey, Gretchen," you know. And I've done that, you know. And I'm terrible with names, but as soon as you say their name and you call one of them by their first name, it's a good feeling. And I know what it's like to be, you know, a number.
Yeah.
Or just a thing. They're not. They're lives. You know, they're people. And I think it's safe to say that I have love for them people. You know. And the reason I say that is because when one of them doesn't come in, I know they don't come in. You know, and they're on that 30-day. They got, you know, their 30-day deal that they got to fulfill. And I worry that they're not going to have somewhere to stay. You know.
Yeah.
And I truly mean that. I'm not just saying, well, I'm worried about you. I mean, like, I don't want them to be cold, and I don't want them to be hungry. I want them to come in and have somewhere to stay, you know. And, you know, that the way they talk to you in the dining hall and stuff, that don't bother me at all. I think it's funny. I think that shows their real personality. They're not being fake. They're not sitting there saying thank you or please and things like that because it's part of the formal setting.
Right.
It's who they really are, you know. And if you can't be accepted for who you really are, then what's the point in being yourself?
Yeah, there's a level of in this place, in this setting, you have to have some pretty thick skin, because you're even with the program students and sometimes even with the staff. You know, everybody is coming from something during that day. Our homeless guests have faced something out on the streets that you and I didn't see or even anticipate. A student is going through something that they're in uncharted territory, you know, and people will act out of that, and we have to take into consideration that it's never personal. It's never personal. It's not that somebody's trying to be malicious towards us. They're speaking out of where they're at right now, and so you got to have thick skin, and you've got to take it in stride, and you know. I have a saying for my life. You know, it's okay for things, you know, of life, the storms of life to happen around me, as long as I don't let them happen in me. The minute I let it take root in my heart, then I'm in error. It's okay for it to be out here, and I keep that boundary for myself. But as long as I do that, then I can respond out of love.
Yeah.
You know, just like that day that Bill and I were standing over by the piano, and Jason, for me, was a little out of line with you. And I mentioned that to Bill. I said, well, I don't like the way that Jason's behaving today. But I didn't say anything because I wanted to see your response. I wanted to see how are you going to respond, considering you've been in TDC, you've been in some county jails, you've been out running and gunning in the world. And I wanted to see what is going to be Clay's response to that. Because I've been, as long as I've been here, Jason's been here. He has been a constant, and I have seen him push buttons all the way in with people. And I turned to Bill and I said, well, I don't like the way he's talking to Clay. I said, but I want to see what Clay does. And your response with a smile on your face is, hey, I'll be glad to do that for you. You went over and got it. You asked him what else he needed, you know, and sometimes he's thankful, sometimes he's not, but even though I didn't like the behavior, I got to see the response. I got to see your heart towards somebody that is struggling. He's struggling in the moment. You know, not just with homelessness, but he's struggling physically. He's struggling mentally. You know, he's got some mental health concerns that he won't get the care for. You know, we've tried to help him with that. But yet, he's been a constant, and to see somebody just interact with him where he's at without, you know, combativeness or something, I appreciated that. You know, you're fairly new to Faith City. You've not been here a long time.
Yeah.
How long you been here now?
Month and a half.
Month and a half. And so, kind of as we wrap this session together up, what is the one thing? I mean, you still have a long stretch to go with this program and then some aftercare and what that looks like for you. But what has been the importance of Faith City for you so far?
Restoration with my family, and just a relationship with God, you know.
Yeah.
But mainly, restoration with my relationship with God and my little girl and my mom. I still got a lot of, you know, a big path of destruction that I got to work over.
Yeah.
You know, and that's. But the thing about it is without Matthew and Cody and you guys and Bill, like when I look at you guys, I know that y'all have been where we've been.
Yeah.
And when I talk to you, I know that y'all have been where we've been. And especially with Bill, the first phone call I had with him I was like, man, this guy's a little rough around the edges, you know. And
this is the mild Bill. We've Bill's got some training under his belt now. He was a little bit of a wild card when I first got here.
yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
But once I got here, I realized Bill's kind of a teddy bear too, you know.
Yes.
And I love Bill, you know. But when it comes time to business, he gets to it. And I know, as for, you know, the camaraderie and the brothers that I've got here, I don't want to let that down either. You know, it's been a long time since, you know, guys like Mark and Gary, the guys that have been through the program, that, I mean, it almost makes me cry talking about it. Because when they come here, they don't got to be at work till 8 or 9, but they come up here in the mornings with us to make sure we're okay. You know? And help us get going. Sometimes you got to read between the lines with some of their help because it's kind of some of that tough love too.
Yeah, especially with Gary. Yeah, Gary's got a way about him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We got to interview them earlier, and you know, I was sharing with them. We had a student that he and I crossed up, and it got a little western between us. Not major, but I felt like, because some of the guys had witnessed it, I felt like I needed to come back around and apologize, you know, for my part in that. And I brought all the guys together in the dining room, and I apologized and made no excuse, and you know, didn't try to point a finger at Jimmy. And when I got done, you know, Gary Jones walks over to me and he pats me on the shoulder and he said, "Oh, Pastor," he goes, "we live with him. He probably had it coming." You know, and Gary just has a way about him. But, you know, these men, they genuinely do love not just you guys, but the students as a whole. But they love the staff, and they have a high respect for us, which makes our job, you know, really a pleasure. But then they have a deep love for our guests, and it's evident in the way that they conduct themselves. And I see that with you, you know, the way that you're conducting yourself in class. And you know, I get a report on everybody. You know, everybody, I get a report. You know, you're in a parenting class that we offer. I get a report on how you are in there. You know, are you attentive? Are you offering anything? I get a report from the men's team on the guys. You know, and you've come in with the diligence to truly change your life. And since you've been here, you know, you were able to get your legal issues in Lubbock taken care of. That was huge.
Yeah.
That was hanging over your head. We weren't sure that you were going to be able to stay here.
Yep.
And we got that taken care of. And then literally the next week, your daughter was here for a visit. And so the very things that day one when you came in and we stood down by the elevator and we talked about, you said, while I'm here, I want to try to get my legal stuff with Lubbock taken care of. I want to get reconnected with my daughter who's with my mom. And I want to start that process. And in, you know, less than 2 weeks' time, those very things were already done and happening.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'm excited to see what this next year looks like for you and how you grow in that. And, you know, to see not just how the program impacts you, but how are you going to impact Faith City, you know, while you're here. That's That's what I'm looking for. What is Clay going to do to make what we do better while you're here? And so, man, I thank you. You've been out here a couple times today. We got a sketch of you that's going to be coming back from Jason. I'm excited to see that. Man, I appreciate you and your heart. I appreciate your willingness to learn. You are very, very teachable. You listen very intently. Not something that's well known in your generation, but you are very teachable, and you're gonna, as long as you stay that way, you're gonna have not just great success here, but everywhere you go. And so I bless you and I thank you. I appreciate you coming and sitting out with me this morning. You have responsibilities right now that are waiting on you, and you were able to take some time from that and come out here, and we don't miss that. We see that you were able to do that, and we thank you for that. And so, man, I bless you today. Go and have a great day and just do what you do.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right.
Can I go?
Yep.
Okay.
You can go.
I'll be here till 8 anyway. Okay. Thank you. Well,
What we do in life echoes in eternity. For more than 70 years now, Faith City Mission has stood as a place of hope and renewal, dedicated to serving those in need by providing food, clothing, shelter, and the love of Christ. From our humble beginnings until today, we continue to faithfully steward the resources entrusted to us, making a meaningful impact in our community and beyond for His glory. It all started in 1951 with Dick and Bea Hogan. At the core, the mission has never changed. Today, more than 50 men and women are thriving through our discipleship programs. 24-year-old Nicoya is 6 months in, and the most important part of her life is her relationship with Christ.
I'm in the Esther's House program, and there's 3 phases of it. There's foundations, rebuilders, and transition.
Nicoya and other women in the program lead a structured life, and it's all part of the plan.
And that's top priority here, to make you feel safe, protected, and full so that you can be in the sound mind so that you can get that third part, the Christ. If you're worried about your basic necessities not being met, then it's harder for you to really focus on Christ, which really matters.
As part of her discipleship, Nicoya, like the other students at Faith City Mission, spends several hours each week completing chores.
So we go out to Mission Ranch and we clean on Mondays. And at first I was like, I don't want to do that. But the more that I do it, it feels amazing to give back the way that I do it. I'm doing it unto Christ, not unto myself.
And her smile is a reflection of the light that's filled her life, far from the darkness that once enveloped her.
I tried to find comfort in alcohol, and it's a false comfort. I became an alcoholic, and I ran my life into the ground. I couldn't do it on my own anymore. So I came here.
And it's here where in 2024, more than 73,000 meals were served. 2,400 pieces of clothing were dispersed. And it's here where we offered more than 7,000 warm showers and safe nights to all those men, women, and children that stayed at the shelter. But our mission goes beyond meeting physical needs. It's about life-changing spiritual transformation. Last year, over 120 individuals like Rodney committed their lives to Christ.
I'm not gonna say from the moment I got there, but early on, my heart just started changing. And I think they took me to church. The Lord did the rest.
Today, Rodney works at Noble Cabinets, using his hands to create something he never once imagined possible. The California native is far removed from his previous life.
I never worked in my life. I joined the gang at 11 years old. I pretty much ran with the gang and sold drugs my whole adult life. Never even thought I wanted a job. Pretty much misinformed about society. Accountability was foreign to me.
Rodney is the perfect example of how God changes lives and the power of redemption.
At 16 years old, I was certified as an adult. And I was sentenced to 40 years in TDC. I ended up spending 23 years. I got out of prison at 39. I did what I always did. I immediately started selling drugs. I went back to prison. When I got out of there, they actually drove me to downtown Amarillo and just dropped me off at the bus stop. I had about $1,500 in my pocket, and I just assumed that I would, sell drugs and get in touch with old friends again.
That pattern changed when a friend led Rodney to Faith City Mission, and the rest is history.
I'm not gonna say that it was easy, but it was fulfilling, and the people around there, they just refused to let me give up and fail. So every time I would think about leaving, someone would just pour into me. So I stuck it out, and within months, I knew my life was changed. It's crazy because you spend your whole life believing one thing. I just realized that all the things I thought I knew were false. I think the biggest revelation was knowing that it wasn't about just dying and going to heaven. It was about right now.
That long-term transformation through discipleship Rodney's talking about takes a year through our program called Hope for Men.
All those things that carried me through that year, I try to do today, and it works.
And so the mission of our founding fathers continues, As it says in Matthew 25:40, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Through our Lord's blessing, we have expanded our territory several times throughout the years, from a one-room building in the beautiful Mission Ranch. We know He isn't done growing us because there are many others still needing our help. Every life we touch creates a ripple effect, impacting not just the individual, but the generations to come.
It is worth it to come here. Whatever you're holding on to, let it die, because you will find new life when you come here. You will blossom. I'm telling you, the end result is amazing, and I'm only halfway done.
This time next year, Nicoya hopes to begin a new chapter in her life by attending college, and you better believe she'll be smiling. In a world of such uncertainty, we know that the path before us is lit by compassion, guided by faith, and strengthened by every hand willing to help.
My joy in life is my family, my wife, my dog, my church. I go by the mission a lot now, like at least 2 or 3 days a week. I had told myself and I told them when I graduated the program that my gratitude and my thank you would be my walk in life. Just to be present, just so the guys that's coming through there can see what the end game looks like. I guess that's it. Oh, my bad. Dallas Cowboys.
When we lift others, we rise together. Every act of generosity becomes a seed of transformation. Join us in shaping a legacy of hope, where love in action echoes through generations.
Okay, we are about 17 hours into our 24-hour live stream. So thank you for joining us today. And for World Homeless Day, we are highlighting homelessness and just how Faith City is impacting and how others in the community are impacting homelessness. And so we want to give a shout out to our sponsors who made this possible. So we want to thank Choice Media. We want to thank Amarillo Family Wellness Group with Dr. Shane and Stacy Hand, Randy and Paula O'Neill, and Mark and Mig Owens, and Creative Canon for just all that they've done to help make this possible. So we are so appreciative of them and just what has happened on the bench today with Pastor Robert Burton and all of his guests. That we've had some remarkable conversations, a lot of bridge building, a lot of coming together, the unity in our community, and it's been great. And this is happening all over the nation. There's 100 other faith-based missions around the United States who are doing this same thing, 24 hours on a bench, having these conversations. So it's been powerful, and we want to invite you. There's still time for you to come out and join the conversation. So my brain's not functioning super well, but we got a couple more hours, I think like 8 hours left for you to come sit on the bench with Pastor and share your heart, your perspective, your stories, and just talk. So thank you. We hope to see you.
All right, well, we're back with you. Conversations on a Bench, National Homeless Awareness Day, 24 hours out here. As Heidi had told you before, we are right at 17 hours in. Number of hours still to go. We've got some good conversations coming up. But with me, we have our women's program director, Miss D. She is over our Esther's House program, and she is also over our homeless shelter. She takes care of the emergency shelter for the women, and so that is some of her responsibility, not all of it, but some of it. And so, Ms. D, thank you for coming out early this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, kind of share with us. You know, we're really focusing on the homeless community.
Okay.
We have talked a lot about the program, but really, what I'd like for you to share with us is, you know, we've shared throughout the earlier yesterday and throughout the night about opening our emergency shelter for women.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of share with us what you have seen. We opened that up. It was a year ago in June.
Yeah.
And so, what are some of the things that you have seen that we now have that resource that we can offer to the homeless community for women?
Yeah. So when I first came to Faith City, of course, I was still being built, and we would see women and women with children come in asking for a safe place to stay. They didn't necessarily need or desire our program, but they needed just a safe place to get off of the streets, out of the vans, off the couches, and they would come, and we just didn't have a place for them. So turning them away was almost more than we could handle.
Yeah.
Not knowing what would happen in the night or the next days or weeks. You know, we could do a motel maybe a night or so, but that was the extent of our resources, and so it was just heart-wrenching.
Yeah. And so, since we've opened that, we now have 24 beds. We can add on to that, but we have 24 available beds every night. Now, one of the things that we do differently with our overnight shelter for women versus what we do with the men, because we do partner with Salvation Army. So with the men, there's what we call our 30-day contract. They stay with us for 30 days, and then they go to Salvation Army for 30 days and then can come back. But we do not do that with the women. The women can come every day for as long as they need to. We don't have a 30-day contract with them. And so we have 2 rooms in our dorm, 2 bathroom facilities, 2 dorm facilities. One dorm is for single bed women, and then the other dorm is for women with their children. And so kind of share with us a little bit about what you have seen since we've opened that. I know that is a hard, you know, that's a hard ministry. Ministry to women, I think, is probably some of the hardest things we do. There's a lot more involved to make sure that a woman has everything that she needs, even just for an overnight stay.
Yes.
More so than what, you know, men need a bed and clothes and hygiene, but there's some extra things you have to do with the women. And so, but what are some of the things that you have seen since we've opened that emergency shelter where you can say, this lady and her children came in here, and because we had a safe place for them to come, they were able to move from a homeless situation to a transitional situation, whether it be, you know, Downtown Women's Center, Martha's Home, wherever it is that we have partnered with, that you can say, because we had a shelter for a woman to come to, we could partner with her. What have you seen in the last year and a half, since that, a little over a year, that's been open?
Yeah, so we've had everything from a mom with a newborn baby straight from the hospital. Her husband dropped her off and he worked nights, up to a mom with 2 to 4 children that stayed in since the day we opened up until just recently. We've had, you know, some come and go, but we had a lady, and she actually works at United now, She would come in and work during the day and come in at night with her son. And they got an apartment. She's successful, doing wonderful. And she always says when I see her at United, I want to come back and give back to y'all because you helped me eat. You helped me have a bed, a safe place for my kid. And she's doing great.
Yeah. You know, I think the misconception is, well, it's just a meal and a bed, and it's not. It's so much more.
Yes.
Especially when you see the women with their children come in, to know that you played a part in them being safe. I think that's the biggest thing for me when I walk
Yes.
in the women's dorm, is that these ladies are safe. They are no longer subject to what goes on the streets overnight. They are safe. They are protected. They are nurtured and loved. Even in the times when they may act out and there has to be a corrective issue, we firmly believe in correction with love.
Yeah.
And in your time that you've been at Faith City, I know your main everyday through the day focus is the women in the program, but then you have this other responsibility where you kind of have to shift gears. It's different.
Yes.
It's a different type of ministry. But in your time that you've been at Faith City, what is some of the stuff that you see that you believe is vitally important to our community, whether it be how we take care of the homeless or through our programs? We've heard from many of our men. Our men and even our women have all talked about the Genesis process and how important
Yes.
that's been. But what is the thing for you that is so important to you in the way that we take care of our homeless guests and our student body?
Well, we're motivated by love, and I think that's what changes hearts and lives, because that's who God is. And then I demand a peaceful home, and so peace is not what they're accustomed to,
Yeah.
and so it's almost foreign to them to have peace, but they love it, they crave it. The Genesis process is beautiful, I call it, because we start dealing with the root of the issue. The issue is not what you see in the outward, it's what's happened on the inside of a woman. The wounds, the traumas, the bruises, the soul healing, the deliverance, the restoration, them encountering the Lord. But even, y'all met with Miss Tony and Miss Sherry and Julie right now. We are looking for a weekend RA, but they get to encounter them on a daily basis. They know their name in our homeless community. The ladies that come in, they know they're loved well, and that they're wanted here, that this was built for them. I said from the beginning it wasn't big enough, because the need is great. And then I have a vision also for our program ladies and the needs that they have, to expand that. And so the need, I don't think, is met, but to the degree that we can, we're super thankful.
Yeah.
But they know that this is a place that's open, that they can get a meal, that they can get a clean bed, shower, and rest and have peace.
Yeah. When
Counter love.
one of the things that I do appreciate about Faith City is when everything that we do is dependent upon donors.
Yes.
We don't take any local, state, or federal money. Everything that comes in here is, individuals, businesses, churches, some grants. But one of the things that I've appreciated is that we steward that well.
Yes.
We don't overspend. We don't spend on frivolous things. But when we were contacted by the city and said, "Hey, there's a need. Can you help Our board, the executive director that was here at the time, they went to work and put a plan together. And from the day that we broke ground to the day that we did our main ribbon cutting, we built that women's program, and it is first class. We did not cut a corner or anything. But the day we cut the ribbon on it, it was completely paid for, debt free. We didn't have to take a note. It didn't add an extra stress to us to figure out how to pay for it. Because of the generosity of Amarillo, we were able to add to what we do at a high level because of the generosity of Amarillo. And so, touch on that for just a minute, Ms. D. How important is it for what we do as a ministry as a whole, the importance of donors, partners, volunteers, sponsors that come and sponsor our student body, mentors that come and do. How important is that for the success of what we do?
It's the key. We can't do it without you. It takes soap to take a shower. It takes water. It takes sheets that have to be washed every day, blankets that have to be washed every day, mattress covers, pillow covers. As you're using them every day and washing them every day, those things have to be replaced. For the overnight dorm, for the women's program, for the men's program, hygiene for women. There are things that women need: hair brushes, shampoo, feminine products, clothing. And then we have our children. They need diapers, wipes, clothes. They have birthdays that we want to celebrate. We have a lady coming in, that needs formula or needs baby food. We want to meet that need. That they need clothing, we want to meet that need. And so it's endless.
Yeah.
It's always, you're always pouring out, and it costs money to fund the kingdom of God. And so we need, more than ever, partners, finances, coming in from the north, south, east, and west. And you might think that your $5 doesn't matter, or your $5,000 doesn't matter, or your million, but that's what we need. We need partners in every bracket of income. Donating clothes to Miss Shannon and sorting. She keeps it like a store in there. It's beautiful. People can come in and shop and get what they need. It takes money to purchase food, and the cost of food is high. And we feed them every day, meals throughout the day. You want breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And so that's, we want to honor the people that God's entrusted us with and take good care of them. They're the treasures.
Yeah.
And it just takes money, just like it does in our home. It takes money to pay the water, the electric, the gas. It comes every month. And so that, we just, God's faithful, and He uses vessels like you to meet the need. And that's how His kingdom operates.
Yeah.
And so that's what keeps the doors open. It's you, the partners, whether it be the men's program, the women's program, the children's ministry, the overnight dorms, the men's side or women's side, to staff, just to keep everything clean. We go through a lot of cleaning supplies, every, gloves, every cleaning thing that you need at home, toilet paper, we need all of that. And so it's just it's a tremendous honor to love the one in front of you and to be able to have what they need.
Before we wrap up this session together, I've asked everybody that's either a staff member or a board member, what is, in your time in here as a staff member, you were a volunteer before, you taught a class prior to coming on staff here, but since you've been a staff member, you've come in here every single day. What is one story, one life that you look at on a regular basis and you say that's why we do what we do? That individual, had we not been here, who knows where they would have been. and it's the one story that motivates you every day to continue to come in, because it's hard some days. Not everybody is wanting to, get in it to win it. Some are just going to be here for a short time, and it does sometimes become discouraging. It's discouraging when, out of the homeless community, when you have somebody that comes in every single day, and then all of a sudden you find out that they've had a manic episode and now they're in one of the local jails, or they've just vanished. You don't know where they've gone, or a student that prematurely leaves. It's devastating to not just the student body or even to the homeless. It's devastating to us as ministers and as staff. So you have to have a story that you go back to, and it's encouraging yourself in the Lord. So we have, everybody in this building has a story they go back to. What is the one for you that you look at it and you can pinpoint and say, that's the one that motivates me?
Well, they're all treasures, and they all have a unique story, and they're all super precious to me. But if I could pick one, there was a little girl, Heaven. She was homeless and pregnant, and came in, and the Lord just allowed us to be used by Him to not only help her. She had her baby here, and graduated our program, and went on to go be reunited with her mother and grandparents, and it was a beautiful thing. And like I said, they're all the treasure, but that one was special.
Yeah.
They're all special. They all have a place in my heart. But that one, I knew that as long as I had the next treasure in front of me, that I could pour into them, withholding nothing, and that it was making a difference. No matter if I have them for a week or a month or 2 years. I have one that just came and saw me the other day, made my heart so happy. She's doing very well. And so they're all a part of my heart. I love them dearly, because it's brutal. We walk through life, their whole life. And so you get close to them, them in ways that others don't. And so I don't take for granted the one in front of me, that they're a gift from God, and I get the honor of pouring Jesus into them. And so, but that one is to get to see her saved, healed, delivered, and set free, and have a little one, and get restored to her family, and it was really precious. And we have pregnant moms come, and they have their babies and here, and we help them learn how to be mamas. And children's ministry is a beautiful gift we have, that we teach and train and love and care for the little ones. And so they're all amazing treasures, that they've just been wounded, traumatized, bruised. Life has happened, and abuse and all manner of things that are just darkness and gross darkness, but God restores, and it's beautiful. It really is.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Dia, thank you. You are might be the hardest working woman in show business right now. You've got a lot of responsibility, and I know that, especially this time of the day, getting the ladies around and getting their kids to get, and for you to be able to take the time to come and sit with me this morning is priceless. I thank you for that. Thank you for your heart for not just the women of the program, but our homeless guests, our community. It is evident in the way that you serve Faith City, and the way you serve our people. And so I thank you for that. And we bless you today, and we bless your day, and we bless your ladies and everything that you guys do. And
they're a blessing.
We thank you, and we're going to let you get to work.
Okay.
And we're going to keep doing what we're doing out here. And so I thank you again.
Thank y'all. Bless.
I'm here with Cody. Cody is one of our guests that comes in on a regular basis. Comes to our chapel services, eats meals here, stays the night here. So Cody, what we're doing 24 hours of conversations on the bench, and what it is today is National Homeless Awareness. And so what we're wanting to do is to bring some awareness to those that are in a homeless situation. Not with any type of judgment or that you've got to give an explanation, but I think what I'd like to hear from you, we have some history together. I've known you pretty much the entire time I've been here. You've been in our program, and now you're coming in as a guest. Share with me a little bit, and with those that are listening live, share with us what does a day in your life look like outside of here?
Well, I like to eat burritos on Sunday. I am a guest here, like you were saying, and then I just go to the resource center during the day, and then the PARC, which is like they tore it down, and then
the building. Yeah.
They brought in I believe it's called a half touchdown trailer, and it's a long trailer. It had like stints in it, almost like a tent.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a tent; it was a trailer.
Yeah.
But you can break it down, I assume. And then took 3 months for them to rebuild the old one. It looks exactly the same, and I don't know if they're gonna add to it or minimize it, but I hope it don't end up like the other one, because it would just be going backwards.
Yeah. So, Cody, why is it important for you to have places like the park or the resource center, Faith City Mission, a place where you can come and get a meal, get a shower, and have a place to sleep? Why is that important for you?
It's important for me because I get bored, and then I look for trouble or something like that. So anywhere else I've been, like at my apartments or like motels or anywhere in Amarillo, there's not much to do besides watch TV and play outside and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So to come down here, there's a lot. I mean, there's parks everywhere else, like Thompson and stuff like that. But down here, it's like community, and everybody's talking to one another, and there's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Versus out there, I assume it's all organized, somewhat together.
Right.
So it can function together.
Cody, how long have you been kind of in a homeless position?
I've been struggling money-wise for about 5 years now.
5 years.
But that's it's hard to find employment, I guess, my age, or just in Amarillo or Texas, above 27-hour work week, and that's like enough to play with, like video games and eat and stuff like that. But to get like a trailer or a house, it's a little hard.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right. And so, Cody, how did you hear about Faith City Mission?
I can't remember if it was my mother. I think it was my mother. She told me to come down here to rehab because my marijuana smoking and taking pills was getting out of hand. And I don't know if she didn't know how to tell me, or maybe she might have seen something on Facebook and told me to go down here.
Yeah.
But I went to the other one out beside the bridge.
Yeah, Second Pierce.
Yeah, and that was in high school, and she dropped me off there. I guess she wanted me to get faith, or it was church, and I don't know. It was a good idea.
Yeah.
But I went down there, and all it was community service. I was getting in trouble in school.
Okay.
And that was just like talking while the teacher was talking or something like that. It wasn't like jumping up and acting the fool.
Right, right.
Like that.
And so out of that, you learned that there was a resource available if you needed it. A safe place to come and sleep, a safe place to be during the day, meals, clothing if you need them. And so, and you've found a way to utilize that to try to help you out, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so so if there was one thing that you could leave with me today that you would want the Amarillo area to know about the importance of having these type of resources available to you, why it's important for you, what would you want them to know?
Can you say that again?
So if you have an opportunity to share with the Amarillo area why this type of place is important for you as an individual, to be able to have a place that provides food, clothing, and shelter.
Well, Amarillo, I like it because it's fun. There's a lot of opportunities down here, and there's companies that'll hire you and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you want to sit out on the sidewalk and put time in to let them know that you want to work. Right now, there's GG's Lawn Care.
Yeah.
And I want to work with them a little bit.
Good deal. Well, man, Cody, I appreciate you coming out this morning. I know that you guys were just wrapping up breakfast in there, and so I always appreciate seeing you. You've got a kind demeanor. I've always appreciated that about you, and so just thank you for coming out and sharing just a little bit about you, so that Amarillo kind of has a better idea of who we're ministering to, who we're helping them, and how it helps you. And so, man, I just bless you today. I pray that you're safe out there today, and that you start kind of finding some avenues to some open doors to employment and to some better things.
Sure. All right, thank you.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Let them
Are we on?
Well, we're welcome back. We are here with Miss Jill and her daughter Piper. Jill is she's in our Esther's House Women's Program. Her baby girl is part of our children's ministry, and Jill's a little bit different type client than what we normally have, because Jill, although was dealing with some addiction issues, she was what we would call a high functioning. She had a job, she had a career, she had a home, but she realized she needed some help, and so she's come to Faith City. How long have you been here now?
11 months.
11 months. So we're getting close to graduation. The reason why we're doing this, Jill, is it is National Homeless Awareness Day, and so we're bringing some awareness to that. So I've been sharing throughout the night that when our students are in the program, that part of the requirement is while you're here, you give back hours.
Yes.
And for you guys, it's pretty multifaceted. You guys give back hours at our ranch, taking care of the buildings there.
Yes.
But then you also help with the overnight dorm.
Yes.
Getting that. So tell us a little bit from your experience about, the process for you guys of setting up, cleaning up the overnight dorm in the mornings, and then some of your interaction with our homeless guests since you've been here. And prior to being here, had you had any experience helping the homeless?
I had not. I had not had any experience before coming to Faith City, and I wasn't aware that the homeless population was as big as it is. In fact, I remember the first day I was coming into the program and I was driving down and I saw the homeless population. It surprised me. But I've had some interaction with the homeless population, mostly when we do outreaches. We had a great 4th of July outreach.
We had a fantastic 4th
It was
of
so
July.
much fun. And
Yeah.
they're so much fun. They want to interact with us. They feel welcomed.
Yeah.
They feel wanted. And I think that's important what we've done for them, but to see that, 'cause sometimes you see them a little off guard, but then when we have these outreaches, they want to be part of it.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. Besides 4th of July outreach was probably my favorite one, but another one I really enjoyed was the Christmas, because of we had that tree out there and all those gifts that were under that tree. And the kids just came in and just got to pick what they wanted. And having a daughter, 2 years, she's 2, and seeing her interacting with the little kids and just so excited it was Christmas morning to them, because they probably don't have much of a Christmas morning.
Right.
And sorry.
You're okay.
I should cry. Seeing their little eyes just get excited when they got to pick. And our toys were not just little toys. They had bicycles.
Yeah.
They had dolls. They had skateboards. They had they had everything. And not only did the homeless children get it, the children's ministry children got to pick a couple, and then pastor came and gave them more and gave them more. And so now I have all these toys that, it was wonderful to see. And everybody getting to sit down and eat as a community, and just seeing the interaction with them. They're a community on their own, the way they love each other. And I see some of them really watching out for one another.
Yeah.
They love each other.
Yeah.
And so like you were saying, we do clean up and do strip the beds for them every night, wash the bedding so they can have a warm, clean place to sleep every single night. And they respect the area very well. I've even seen some of the women, I don't know about the men's side, of course, but I've seen some of the women, they even go as far as stripping the beds themselves, because they appreciate what we do for them. And we take that into consideration. We go beyond trying to make it comfortable back there for them. We fold their sleepwear a certain way, and the only thing I feel like we're missing is a little piece of chocolate on the pillow at night, and if we could do that, I think, I know we can't do that having candy back there, but it's just, it's a very comfortable atmosphere back there.
So being in the program here, How has your service to the homeless, how has it affected you and how you navigate the program?
Oh, well, for one, if I wouldn't have gotten into Faith City when I did, if I would have let my addiction get the best of me, I could have ended up being where some of them unfortunately are. And I know it's not all just addiction. There's mental health and there's just choices.
Yeah.
So it really has put I'm not really worried about ever having to face that, but what I have taken from that on my side is how important it is to serve this community.
Yeah.
Yes, I graduate next month, but I've already have plans coming back to help with the outreaches. I have plans on helping with toy drives and anything we can do to help make their day a little more special.
Yeah.
They need to feel that they matter, and Faith City is great at making them feel like they matter. We go above and beyond, even the dinner preparation they do for them. We make sure they have the best of the best. And you couldn't ask for a better kitchen staff that
Right.
prepares their
Yeah,
meals.
they do a great job.
Yes.
Why is, for you, 11 months in, working the program, living at Faith City with your daughter, why do you feel like Faith City is important to you and Piper?
Because of everything they gave me my life back. My story isn't so much homelessness, but I was lacking what everybody that isn't successful in the world, what we're lacking is the relationship with Jesus. I knew who he was. I went to church every Sunday, but there was no relationship. And they brought me close, and now I am proud to say and happy to say and encouraged to say I feel safe going out and knowing I'm going to be strong and keeping that relationship, but I have to stay connected to the people here to be able to stay clean and sober and happy and healthy and connected. And we on Wednesdays we have our Bible study.
Yeah.
And that is I thought about moving back home to Hereford, but I may be staying in Amarillo.
Right.
All because Piper loves children's ministry. She loves the staff, but she loves the other children.
Yeah.
And for me to take her away from that it would devastate her. I worry about leaving for that reason alone. She has such bonds here with everybody. She's not afraid of a stranger. She has grown so much. And she doesn't see homeless people as homeless people.
Yeah.
She thinks of them as just this is mommy's house, she says. This is mommy's house, and she thinks everybody's just here to visit. That's what it is. And that's the atmosphere we have here.
Yeah.
It's just somebody's home where they visit.
So for you as a mother, there's a lot of uncertainty for anybody that enters into the programs, whether it be Faith City or wherever. There's a lot of apprehension and a lot of uncertainty. And then when you're a mother and you add the fact that you have your child with you, that's another level of concern.
For sure.
What am I going to do? And so for you as a mama, coming in here 11 months ago, how important has it been for you that while you're doing your classes, your counseling, your give back hours, all the things that we do through the program, how important has kids ministry been for you, knowing that Piper has not just a safe place to be, but kids ministry has partnered up with you, and they're teaching Piper, and she's learning lessons the same as you're learning.
She has learned so much. They have, if it wasn't for them, my daughter still wouldn't be potty trained. Number one. I mean, I tell you, for a mother, that is important. And they're so patient. They do circle time every day. And Piper now can say she knows her whole alphabet.
Yeah.
She can count. I found out yesterday she can count to 14. I thought it was just 10. She learned 4 more numbers, so she's now at 14. So sure, she's learned curriculum. She's learned lessons, but there is something Piper would have never learned, or as short of a time, if it wouldn't have been for children's ministry, and that is fellowship and sisterhood.
Yeah.
And how important it is to love one another and come together. And she has learned compassion. I don't know if I could have taught her compassion at a young age. I do believe that's something that you're kind of born with, but to learn how to express it is a different thing.
Yeah.
She loves worship. She loves when people are praying. She knows how to lay her hands on people. And I would have never been able to teach her that.
Right.
Well, maybe, but I didn't know to teach her that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with children's ministry, not only have they done a great job with her teaching her things, I never worry. When I walk out that door and I'm going to my day, I never, ever worry about, is Piper going to be happy? Is she going to be fed? Is she going to be safe? Is she going to be loved? Because she's all of that here.
Yeah. You know, it's one more piece to the puzzle as a whole. There's the food service, there's clothing, there's the shelters, there's the programs, and then the one more piece to the puzzle for those that have their children is that environment of not just, hey, I'm going to drop my kid off at a room and you're going to park them in front of a TV, but years ago when I was over kids ministry, one of the things that I was adamant about is we're going to be hands-on with these kids, because then I had children that were older than Piper, and their life had been that cycle of addiction with their mothers. And so we had to even teach them how to communicate, how to express yourself in a manner that is clear, how to sit down and eat a meal at the table, how to pick your plate up. And I saw the need in that, and we partnered together with the ladies that were there, and we just revamped the whole thing. And so now what we have is, it's not just drop your kid off with us and we're going to let them watch TV for 9 hours a day. We are very intentional and very hands-on, and what we're seeing is these kiddos thrive, and they're growing, which in turn appears to pull some of the pressure off of your mothers say, man, my baby's doing good, and so therefore you see that they're growing with you, and it's a beautiful partnership. And I think a lot of people don't realize, one, that on the homeless side, that we do house women with their children.
Right.
But then in the program, we've been very intentional, because a lot of programs, if you're a mother, they won't allow you at first to bring your children in.
Right.
Or if your children are CPS, your children usually stay in CPS until you're done. And one of the things that we've done, especially with the program, is if you have your children, bring your child with you. And then if you don't have your children, our case manager is going to work with CPS and work with you, and we're going to make sure you're doing the steps that they require for the restoration of you and the child back together. And so I think a lot of people don't realize that we do that. And so to hear from you, not just from the standpoint of how you serve the homeless and you've got this great program you're a part of, but your child is cared for.
Well, right. I tell people all the time that Piper has worked this program as much as I have, and maybe even more gracefully than I have.
Right.
And, when you were talking about children being brought in here, something else that I'd like to mention is when we have babies come back into the overnight dorm when they're going to stay the night or a couple of nights, there have been a couple of times that the babies had come in and they didn't have anything to wear or much of anything. And us moms, we come together and we get what we can, and we wrap, put it all together. We give them bathing supplies and all of that so they can dress them and have a couple of things when they leave. And I know sorting does that as well here.
Yes. We try to make sure everybody's covered and got clothing. And so, Piper, Jill, if there's one thing that you can tell the Amarillo area, the importance of Faith City Mission to you, what's the one thing you'd like to relate to them today?
What I would like to relate is just how involved we are in checking on their well-being here. We make sure, I've seen where some of the watchmen especially go out and just check on them. I think it's so important that we just check on them, make them feel welcome, say hi to them, make them feel important. Don't single them out, because they have lives and they matter. And I think that's what I would say.
Well, Jill, I thank you for coming out this morning. I know that mornings, especially for the ladies, are, even for the men, but for you guys, is pretty getting kids to the kids ministry, getting your day started, taking care of your responsibilities. I know that is, it is hit the ground running. And so for you to be able to take time to come out and sit with me, I appreciate that. I have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you on a personal level, just as a person. One of my favorite things about Jill is I love the art of just a silly joke, the simplicity of it. And Jill is the master of simple dad-style jokes. And
They're my favorite.
yeah, and there's very few days that go by that she doesn't stop and hit me with something that throughout the day I'll go back and think about it, and it'll bring a chuckle to me, not so much just the joke, but the delivery. And one thing I have learned about you since your time being here is you absolutely love to have fun.
I love to have fun.
You bring a joy to every situation, and because of that, it breaks the monotony of the day up. I think about, you talked about the 4th of July outreach, which was right here in this courtyard. Our meal was in this courtyard, and then we did some stuff out in the parking lot. But I will always remember, and I have pictures of it to this day, but I'll always remember there was we had a DJ, and he started playing music, and all of a sudden it was a dance party back here, and we realized very quickly, one, Jill was 100% committed to dancing, and two, she had not 1 ounce of rhythm.
That's not true.
Absolutely true. But